Okay. There we go. Oh, come on. What? I think I'm pressing it too late. Yes. Okay. I guess, this is gonna be a problem today? That was almost too early. You owe me. Alright. Oh, I think I'm pressing it early. Did I set up the splitter? Yes. It's not open right now, but yes. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was absolutely just pressing A too early. Yep. For some reason, my brain is currently wired to press that button way too early. Okay, brain. Why are you having problems with the easy part? And why is this taking too damn long to fucking change? Damn, that's quiet. Oh, it's this shit again? What? I'm also gonna unplug this and plug it back in. There we go. So, the splitter works for basically every split now. I believe it has a chance to not to overwork in the final boss potentially, but most likely no. You know what? Also, while I'm at it, how many frames? There we go. Oh, right. Yeah, so now it should split on the final boss and everything. I don't even need to really touch the... I don't really need to touch the keyboard. Also, it... No wonder things haven't been working. Hehe. Uh-oh. I was wondering why things were weird. And also I was wondering why the final boss looked weird. There we go. It being in 60 hertz just fucked up my muscle memory. So I have to unfuck up the muscle memory. What? Okay. Yeah, 60 hertz just fucked up my muscle memory for this. I don't know if I'm jumping too early or too late now. But that's weird. I need to double check all that because that didn't feel right. I wasn't looking. Okay. Let's see. Thanks for the stonks. Okay. That was a billion drop jumps. That ain't working. It worked. Makes sense, I use a sound cue for that.
This is where we wrong the rights. And sweet past run.
Hell yeah. Here it comes. Let's work hard today to make sure that we can actually get into this fucking level. Oh, okay. Was not close enough to the door. That was close enough, but my angle was wrong. Nice. Bad angle. I'm surprised that made it in. Okay. Go away. Man. I wonder if I could just use D-pad. If I'm in the middle, I can. Well, this does work with D-pad. I just have to know where to put Cortex and then Bing. Or where to put Crash and then Bing. Or rather, I need to identify what is a working, a working setup. Maybe I don't even need to turn Cortex. That would be awesome. That was a stick angle. This works a lot better than what I was doing before. Not sure why. Oh. The camera turns it on. I can't use D-pad. If I'm that close and the camera doesn't turn. I can use D-pad. That was almost a D-pad. That was almost a D-pad angle. Camera didn't turn. There. D-pad needs a little bit of camera turning. That was an impossible angle. What? Okay. Yo, thanks for the good luck. I think I'm good with that now. That was too much to the left, huh? Yep. Yep. That was pretty good movement. That was almost death. Thanks. Oh. That was not a fixable angle. This is not something I need to worry about. Bueno, la música de Sonic, sí. Imagine. I actually made that, okay. I won't go for that unless I need to. If I'm on 315 pace, I'll go for that. Okay. Hello. Oh, come on, Cortex. Stop being a bitch, Yoki Michala. Stop being a bitch. Wait, hold on. That music from the arcade? No. This is Sonic 3. So it's it's the prototype version cleaned up. What the hell? Air Cortex. Wait, how did I do that?
This is where we wrong the rights. Sweep past run.
Yeah, it's flying battery zone. Hell yeah. Oh. Best of luck today. Thanks for the good luck, Jet. Death Egg kind of puts me in like a bit of a flow state. No. What? Thought I fucked that up. Guess not. I might die. Really behind. That jump is very dependent on the frame that you start the jump. Because like the landing animation kind of puts Crash down a little bit. Why do you choose that angle? That's annoying. Vortex is dead. Not dead. Dude, come on. Using a different controller. Okay. That was an impossible camera angle. That would be very unfortunate. That's what practice is for. Sure. I was too close to the wall again. Stop being close to the wall, please. Stop having a camera angle, a shitty camera angle like that, dude. Come on. That should work. Nope. I guess I'm gonna have to practice this a couple more times because I just can't. We're having all kinds of problems today. That should have worked, didn't it? No, I think I was too close to the wall. Come on, this isn't hard. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Bitch. Okay, Cortex is just dying on the easy trick now. I missed Cortex. Camera angle was too far to the right. Too far to the left. I don't know why sometimes I just can't get that fucking long jump. Kind of annoying though. Too far to the fucking right, left. Up. I'm gonna try with the camera facing more towards the door, and I think that's gonna make it better. Yep, okay. 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 Fuck you too, Cortex. I do want to say the fact that we even have something that kind of works as a body slam clip semi-consistently is a fucking miracle. There's a reason why that trick was never in anything. Okay. Camera was turned too far. There you go. Do it one more time. I probably won't be paying as much attention to the, I probably won't be paying as much attention to, the camera angle when I'm actually doing a run, so... Okay. I'm gonna go pee real quick. And then I'll do Antagonity one more time. one's back from me. And Joe? What do you mean, Joe? Joe hasn't had a world record in 3 years. And didn't even need more RNG. There's no RNG, really. Ugh. Well, there is, but it's not a lot. There's less RNG in this than in the than non-Cortex Antagony. But I don't know what records you watched, but like they must have been very old at this point. Because this version of Antagony has been around for about a year now.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the
Okay, that was actually just unfortunate. I don't know why Crash snapped to the right there. He shouldn't have. Okay. Okay, Finger. My finger did not let me throw Cortex for some reason. There you go. Yeah, if you saw my 1037, well, I had two 1037s, and then I think, no, my 1020 had, Cortex Antagony. Okay. Or if you saw my any percent no dimension skip, which does not use Cortex Antagony. Oh, come on. Why the fuck did you not let me jump, you fucking game? Fuck you, you piece of shit. Yeah, that was one of the right frames to jump. I don't like that the camera does not like to play nice there. It loves to just do whatever the fuck it wants there. Always have to be like super careful. Oh, come on. Why did the camera do that? Too far to the right. Or to the left. Come on, stop doing that. That's my current issue with this, is that the game is not letting me game is not letting me, it's not letting me place myself where I want to be. Something wrong with the camera too, I think. Because I usually am not having this much fucking trouble. Yo, Modi, thanks for the stonks. Small stonks. Doesn't usually happen. Far to the left. I don't know why I'm having trouble just being able to place Crash in the correct positions today. Crash was too far to the left again. That should have been fine. Why didn't... Too far to the right. Okay, I'm just gonna reset the game. Because I'm pretty sure that that whole scenario is a camera issue. Antagony, I'm practicing, I'm not doing runs. This is how I feel right now. Because the game is not letting me have what I want. In agony, yes. Very true statement. I missed the long jump. I need to not do that. That is acceptable. That is an acceptable, warp skip.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong.
Let's do, Death Egg again. Death Egg always puts me in kind of a flow state. Okay. I was about to say, there's no way I'm too far to the right. I'm kind of 50-50 with that clip. I'm really behind. Hell yeah. Aww. That might not work. That was insanely good movement. Uh. Please. Am I gonna have problems with everything today? I don't know if that works, to be honest. It does. That almost worked until I moved once, and yeah. Hand brain fart. I'm gonna have to do Antagony at least one more time. Might have to do a little extra practice today. The camera turned one notch too far! Come on! Can I... Really? Come on, dude. I'm gonna go with my gut instead of my eyesight. I was going with my eyesight. Usually when I go with my gut, I do better. Okay, and my gut fucking failed me. Why is this not working today? Well, I mean, I know why. I'm fucking it up. This is, like, easy. This is... Why did the D-pad not work that time? Let me look at my video. Well, I can check this one out and see what the hell I'm doing differently, because this is ridiculous that I was doing it last night when I was tired, and now I'm fucking it up. Don't tell me the difference is that I'm waiting. I will be pissed. But that would make more sense as to why, like, I'm failing something that's supposed to be really easy. Dude. Dude. This is starting to piss me off. I think it's the timing I'm starting to hold. I'll hold the D-pad. Yes. I'm starting to hold it too early. Or it's down on the right stick that I'm doing wrong. That might be it. What did I do in my fucking video? Third door skip. What am I doing? Let me see myself do it slowly. Okay. Did you do? I was too far to the left anyways. I couldn't do it. Yeah, it's do. Tal vez, no sé. Jumped before moving the stick. That's causing me to die. Yeah. Era el estilo de la época. Estaba demasiado de la izquierda. También. Mierda. Pues las gemas son algo diferente. Era como los Dragon Balls de Dragon Ball. I really don't wanna, I wanna make sure I can get this. I don't wanna fail this during a real run. I do not want to fail this during a fucking run, dude. I don't want to fail an easy strat. Sí, es famoso. No tanto como Latinoamérica. Yo, hold up. Yo, thanks for the raid, Lord, my goat. We are currently having problems with the easy door skip. My hands are refusing to do the inputs correctly. They're refusing to do the inputs correctly, which is pissing me off. How are runs? I'm guessing you were still doing twins. Trying to figure out what the fuck my problem is. I'm guessing it's that I'm not pressing both buttons at both D-pad buttons at the same time. I don't know what the hell it is. Am I on PS2? No. I use the right side of the door. No, that's not gonna solve the problem, and it's slower. There's a reason why I'm going for this one now. Had the bat fuck you for an hour before you realized you're dumbass? That is literally any percent. When you have problems, a lot of the times you're just being really dumb about it. Okay. Like, what's going on here is just I'm being stupid and I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I'm absolutely doing something really stupid. I can't do it here. I can do it there though, but it's probably something stupid like Cortex's facing angle, I bet. How are you on the other tricks though, Blord? It's Cortex's facing angle. 100% it's Cortex's facing angle. Because I'm doing the inputs correctly, but I'm not going through, which means Cortex is probably not aiming in the correct direction, so I need to figure something out. Why is this 5 minutes long? Twin jump last night. Body slam out to the kind of trips you up. It sucks. Okay, I do not know why that didn't work. Probably, again, Cortex's, it's always something stupid like that, because the thing about any percent is that it's crazy precise. Just getting the standpoint? What, you mean on Xbox? That's not gonna work on PS2. You have a better chance of doing the Dusty Eel. Even though that's like really hard. I haven't really tried it on PS2. But not first try. That one's hard to do first try. That one's not gonna work. It worked. Okay. Watch, it's just gonna magically start fucking working. Because it would be as if it's just gone. Imagine. Is the turning slide jumps? Understanding that is tough. Unless you mean the controllable slide jumps. Which those are even harder. But they have the same timing as okay, now I see. They have the same kind of timing as long jumps. They work the same. Yeah, hang on. So controllable slide jumps, they are the same as the long jump. Set up the long jump after the twin jump? Yeah. It's the same timing as a twin jump, or as a long jump. The only difference is that, I'll teach you the trick, because there's a trick to it. What do you think is easier? Doing this? Or doing this? Doing this? Or doing this? Obviously, this is easier. You have more frames to do the jump than doing this. So the idea is you're gonna want to try to be almost parallel, and then you just hold down whichever way you're gonna hold. If you notice, every time I do a controllable slide jump, I set them up that way. That wasn't gonna work. Need to eyeball the setup. Let me look at the video again and see how I set it up while actually doing the run. Okay. Camera is... No, that... I did that with stick. But yeah, that one is hard. Okay. I'm gonna try to use that as my visual cue. I'm gonna try to line it up with the corner of the door rather than the wall. I've been using the wall. I'm gonna try to use the door corner. Don't worry, you can't die doing it. Yeah. The beach is the perfect place. The beach is always the perfect place to practice the stuff. Of course that wasn't gonna work. The camera moved too much. I don't have the luxury of checking the camera angle when I do the jump, unfortunately. I'm gonna try the bing bing bing. must have been too early on the D-pad passes. Probably bing, bing, bing. Ah, it was bing, bing, bing. This is how I do my input timing, by the way. I use like like a rhythm. Like bing, bing, bing. That was bing, bing, bing. That was the third of a beat off. Supposed to do half beat, not third. 5 inputs? It's not vibe inputs. It's rhythm inputs. When the fuck do I... Okay. Yeah, I died that time. Josh emotes? Interesting. Hey. Okay. Yeah, I was saying why, because I didn't know how that worked. Okay, I need to use logic here. That would make sense. Also, I don't know about the 1 elephant, 2 elephant thing. Okay. Looks like I figured out the BS. Touch left wall, and then make sure the camera's further to the right. And then... should work. There we go. Okay. Or left wall. Whoops. Ah, yep. That's it. Who's sending me a message now? Turn on streamer mode. There we go. Yo, someone. What the fuck? Out of my way. That wasn't gonna work. That wasn't gonna work, yep. And I know exactly why that wasn't gonna work. That's great. Unless I was wrong, which I don't think I am. That won't work. Yep. Camera just needs to be a little bit more to the right. But I still need to kind of align myself with the wall. That didn't work because Cortex was turned too far to the right. I'm glad I'm actually having these problems, because now that I'm actually focusing and paying attention to, like, what... That's not gonna work. Nope. Now that I'm actually paying attention to what I'm doing, I can iron out the problems. Which I know sounds a little counterintuitive, but the thing is like, the more awareness I have, no. That should have worked. I don't know why that one didn't work. Uh-oh. I do have a visual cue to tell me if the clip's gonna work or not. I just don't rely on it, because if I'm in a run, I don't have time to check it. No way that wouldn't work. That should have worked. How did I approach it here? Damn you. Awesome. Hell yeah. On something that should have worked, it didn't work. This was like the other day, actually. It's gotta be something to do with my D-pad timing. I know what it is now. Yep. I'm hitting forward first instead of right. That's so dumb. See, I said it was gonna be something stupid. Okay, so I can explain why that matters. You actually, because Crash takes time to turn, the right input doesn't matter. But because it takes less time for Crash to turn, well, Crash is moving forward. But essentially, like, it's very similar. Like, if I'm doing, like, a right input for 2 frames or something like that, it's not gonna make much of a difference. Like, right there, I did forward and then upright. I'm gonna have to burn that into my fucking muscle memory. That's gonna suck. But that would explain why sometimes I'm not getting it at all, and sometimes I get it, like, every time. It's not ideal, but I mean, once I have this burned into my muscle memory, then I can, like, yeah. Yeah, while Crash is jumping, it doesn't make a difference. Oh. At least it shouldn't. Is this more consistent? Yes. I'm ironing it out. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, well, now it doesn't look consistent. Fuck you guys. But there's a difference between when I'm trying something and doing it wrong versus when I'm doing it correctly. Okay. It's so hard to do it that way. Might be better off using using the stick for that, to be honest, because I can adjust stick way faster than I can adjust this. Nah. Wait, hang on now. I could technically do that, but I have to do it like... Can't slide. Yeah, doesn't make a difference. I have to do it like really fast. I don't know why the camera did that. I've been doing this for an hour. These fucking bastards. I was holding forward first. Too early. I started moving too early, that's why I died. Pretty sure. For the buenas astronomy, ¿cómo andas? 2 hours and I'm just still in door jail. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Maybe that's the thing. Not tight. Ah. Why not? Okay, alright. I was not close enough to the wall. I don't know what happened there. We don't move until this is figured out, because, like, I'm not losing an amazing pace to this bullshit, dude. I'm not losing an amazing pace to this game. I'm not losing an amazing pace to, this door skip. I do not care. It's either that, or I have just not been close enough to the wall anyways. Okay. What's with the Sonic music? That's what I'm listening to right now. Too close to the wall. I'm closer to the wall, maybe I just need to move later. I'm absolutely doing something different when I make it versus when I don't make it. I'm just waiting. That's the fucking solution, is just to wait. Gotta go slow to go faster sometimes. I know. All the non-speedrunners are like, what the fuck? That's not true. Or their minds just got blown. Hey, yo, thanks for the good luck. Might need it. I'm gonna do like Sonic, you gotta go fast. It's like when you're driving. Gotta go as fast as possible. Speeding, you have to speed. Watching the YouTube cooking? Seems. It's not seems. I have been doing lots of cooking. As I always do. Double jump was slow. Gotta keep it 100. I could respect that. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not holding forward enough. I need to hold forward. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to hold forward longer. I don't think they'll take gotta go fast as a medical condition. Yo, James. Yo, Frank. That was just then. I don't think that was even a possible angle. How's the stream going? I'm not. Practice is not going very well. I can tell you that much. My hands do not want to listen to me. I'm gonna do this a couple more times. These door skips require some very, very precise inputs and precise input timings. So, they have not been wanting to listen to me at all. Otherwise, I would have started runs now, but I want to make sure that the first door skip and the third door skip are at least like... Okay, I started holding down on the right stick too early. I need to make sure that they at least are going to work most of the time, or some... Well, the first one I want to make sure works most of the time, or some of the time. Third door skip I want to make sure works like most of the time, if not all the time. Because I'm too far to the left. That's not gonna work. I'm too far to the left again. There we go. You know what? I at least have an idea. What? Cortex was not turned far enough to the right, and also I was not close enough. That should have worked, but Crash did flip right. Cortex was not turned far enough to the right. Crash was... I think I was trying to move too far to the left. Okay. Alright, I have the timing down at least. Yeah, I don't know how Cortex died. Okay, that is some of the saddest movement I've ever seen in my life. I almost failed that. Happy Saturday? I hope so. Yo, what's up? Mierda. To be fair, that's my fault. They're literally in the worst possible spot. Was not close enough. I'll just wait like a half second or something. If the half second makes it work, then whatever. Okay. I wasn't close enough again. Okay, get this shit out of my ears. No. Yes. Yo, Joseph. Thanks for the good luck. Okay. I'm pretty certain that this is what I need to do. And that I have been failing this entirely because I have been impatient. And I need to be patient. Bitch! Yes, I have just been impatient. Okay. I'm probably not going to be able to be patient while I'm doing runs, but you know what? I'm going to count that now. Ugh. Alright. I'm going back to Hunt. Go first. I mean, I'll keep up with stuff, but I'll probably not play much. Ugh. Unless something interesting is found. But I'll tell you, this category is probably not going to, change much at all. Ugh. I'm still practicing, yes. Yo, Kwandi. Can I stop fucking this up? I was playing in 60 hertz earlier today, and that fucked up all of my muscle memory for this. Now I have to actually think about the angle. That time I just pressed the button at the wrong time. There you go. That's a lot of time lost, by the way. Like 5 or 6 seconds. I think it's 6 seconds. Dude. Was I splicing all this time and I didn't know? That's almost too early. That's how you're supposed to do it. It's like up, it's like an up left to left direction. Today's just one of those days that's just gonna require extra practice, unfortunately. Mushroom Hill Act 2 goes crazy, true. This is a cleaned up version of the prototype. The Sonic 3 prototype. Mushroom Hill. That was almost too early again. There you go. This should be not too bad. Yes, I genuinely, achieved 99 lives. There's a Wumpa glitch you can do in Cavern. Why can you not hold the right direction, dude? Yo, Trouble, thanks for the good luck. If you enter the final, like where Cortex teleports away from you in Cavern and you do a body slam double jump on the same frame, Crash gets stuck in his body slam animation and you get Wumpa. Until you either spin, jump, or leave the chunk. Or slide. There we go. What the fuck? How? How am I failing this now? Today is just potentially not gonna be a good day for runs. Holy shit, dude, like... Dude, I can't fucking play the game today. I'm gonna unplug this and plug it in this way. Okay, neat. I swapped the cable around, and then all of a sudden I'm able to get all my inputs as normal. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay. He was one shot away. Oh. If everything just starts fucking working as a result of me switching my fucking cable in a different orientation, I'm just gonna be sad. I'm gonna have to do all this checking. Yep. It's different. Ow! Stop being stupid. Vortex is dead. Yep. I don't know why, if he gets thrown even slightly to the left, he, you know, ideally... Yep. Yep. Cortex dies again. Fuck off, Cortex. But my input's not coming in correctly would make a lot of sense as to why, those, like, super precise tricks were not fucking working before. That would be acceptable. I wouldn't like it, but it would be acceptable. Did I just have a bad connection? I think so.
And sweep the past under the rug.
Just to be sure. It just seems that the cable being upside down for some reason doesn't work, even though it's USB-C. Yeah, everything's starting to feel fine. I know it's weird. Unless it was just the act of unplugging it and plugging it back in, I don't know. Vortex being turned to... Ow. Vortex not being turned far enough to the right sucks. Flies are getting on my nerves. Okay, now where was I? Not there. Vortex was not turned far enough to the right. And the game just dropped my jump. Or the controller did. One of the two. Huh? Do I need to hold? Man. Nothing's gonna want to work today, huh? Looks like nothing's gonna want to work today, huh? That one somehow worked. You know what? I'm just tired of practicing. I don't think I'm getting anywhere. Okay. I'm just gonna do runs, fuck it. Oh. I may or may not have forgotten to open up the thing. Is it gonna scream at me because I have multiple profiles? Yeah. Okay. Fucking little bastard. Dude. I don't even have to touch my damn keyboard. My keyboard could just be somewhere else entirely. It's just me and the game. Damn it. Okay. Okay! Holy shit! Jeez. The game tried so fucking hard to kill me there. One's dead. Fucking... Fly's dead. Let me do this. Okay. I'm gonna plug you back into here. Plug you. There. Alright, everything has been unplugged. Very spoon-fed nut skip. Very spoon-fed. A certain type of Xbox that loads fast? Yes, there is. I don't know which one it is, and it's certainly not mine. I'm playing off of an HDD or an SSD. That's why my loads are so fast. And yes, that is allowed for runs. Some Xboxes load faster than others, and mine is not one of the ones that loads the fastest. Trick on Xbox. If they allow HDD, which I think most Xbox games should, considering kind of irrelevant. That makes sense. Fuck you. Doesn't matter, I fucked that up anyways. But
He's finally gotten bold enough to cheat. He's not even hiding it anymore. He's splitting without keyboard. He is not even hiding it. You can't even hear his controller inputs anymore. Imagine the amount of effort, by the way, that you would have to go through in order to cheat. Yo, spoon-fed as fuck. Ah, come on, man. Just right after I had spoon-fed? That's gonna be pretty fast until that. No, it's not fast at all. A little early, but hey. That's on fucking vacation, dude. Yeah, that seems about right. How did that one do that? Come on! You're fucking kidding me, dude. Warp Skip's being a bitch. Come on, stop being stupid. Grab the nut crash. Grab it. Come on. I was about to say, yeah. There's no way that's making it. I didn't have enough speed. I could go for Giga Nut, but I'm not trusting my, I'm not trusting my execution today. That is a very slow nut skip. Almost 4 seconds of time loss. And that movement is bad too. I'm focusing as much as I can. Come on! I'm not playing well today. Just like yesterday, I wasn't playing very well yesterday either. Let's do a Giga Nut. Oh. Giga Nut doesn't want to work today, and it makes sense. I could try it, but I think it's going to be more beneficial today for me to focus more on Warp Skip and Antagony. Considering yesterday was a disaster. I have a feeling like the game and the controller are gonna fight me today. So, and my hands, and having to battle all three at the same time is definitely not something I want to deal with. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna take the L. I'm just taking it. I don't want to be in Hub 1 right now. Holy fuck. Okay. It's still sub 930 pace. Hey, only losing half a second to that is not bad. Can you...
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This
I can't
is where
PB
we
anymore.
wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Very bad movement. Cool. Okay. At least I got through the first door. Then I got horrible ant-RNG. You know what? I wonder... I could probably do a reset. I could probably make the reset, instead of the load, I could make it the quit one. Yep, losing 5 seconds to that almost. Well, almost 4, rather. Today is the day that I just do not want to... Okay, you take those. Okay. Fuck off. This is gonna start happening now. Buenas. Gracias por la suerte. O sea, la suerte. Puertorriqueño. Come on, man. Something's wrong today. I don't know if I can even play. I am not playing very well today at all. These are the types of hub ones that I'm getting today. They're not very good. However, I think I kind of want to just have a relaxed day. So, I mean, hey. Okay. That's kind of fast, actually. is he aiming that way? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to even play today. Holy fuck. I don't know what's wrong with me. Might be the lack of sleep because I didn't sleep well last night again. Might be the different food. Because last night for dinner I had pumpkin pie and I had some pumpkin pie this morning. Breakfast. Oh, hell no. Hey, we take those. It might be a 121, but we take those. Or a 124. It's... Let me go 121 or a 124. Or a reset. $124 it is. Okay. I'm so close to that cutscene trigger. Holy shit. Nope. What? Oh. That was slow, but reliable. I lost about a second. I'm behind now. Never mind, I'm tied with PB. Fuck you. Fuck you, Cortex. This game is gonna fight me every step of the way now, because that is the second time where I have where I've caught that collision. In a row. It's just that that time it actually hit me. Yo, Sloth, you're in the shower with the power of the internet. Let's go, dude. Today is a terrible day. I'm not playing well at all. May you have the luck that I don't have today. Gonna get this. Get this bread. You're gonna PBH3 today, I believe. This game. I did get the auto splitter fully working. It even splits on the final boss. Oh, come on, man. I keep reaching for the keyboard because I keep forgetting that I don't need to do that anymore. At least I'm not really in nut jail, though, to be fair. I'm not really getting any good paces out of Hub 1. I'm just getting out of Hub 1 because I'm tolerating more stuff. Wonder if I can use a GIF as a, No, I don't think you're able to use GIFs. Because if I could use a GIF for reset, I could do, pause. I could do the quit menu. And then it would have to check the several frames, but... First decent pace. Hey, look at that. Sub 119 boat. That's a crazy bad line. Fine, though. I'm losing about a second and a half. Never mind, 2.5 seconds. Okay. I mean, sub is possible, at least.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep.
I have like 4 seconds of leeway. 3-4 seconds of leeway, something like that. To get the sub. stick angles are fighting me again. You believe? I'm indifferent. Nope. Run's dead. Fuck you too, Cortex. Vale la cabra. Bro has a waterproof phone, true. I'm missing a life. Classic sloth. That one probably didn't work. Did. That was excellent movement there, though. It was excellent movement. I do not know why that loaded earlier. Geez, I'm having a bad day today. How did I have an extra life? I want to know how I had an extra life. I wasn't really paying much attention. You know what? I might go for ball ricochet. I mean, why not? It could save it could save half a second. And it saves, if it somehow saves me more than a half a second, then neat. I don't want to jinx it. But I am doing pretty well in Hub 1. All things considered. I'm surprised I was able to clip, to be honest. Very far away. That was stupid. Who knows, though? Maybe I'm just on a slow start today. Because I am starting to play a little bit better. Say that as this is happening. Alright. Guys, dot. What is it, Denchi? Bro probably discovered nuclear fusion. Sustainable nuclear fusion. That's not from the fucking sun. Let's go, dude. Denchi the goat. Today is definitely not a good day for runs, that's for sure. I mean, it sucks that I'm having 2 days in a row of just bad, but, well, it does happen. Here and there. Grab the nut crash. At the very least, my auto splitter is working, and we have evidence to support that everything works except maybe the final boss. I might have to finagle a little bit more with the final boss, but should have almost everything. No retro buff? Nope. Nothing. Not today. For 32 hours? Whoa. Yeah, past 2 days have been pretty bad. I have noticed that if I'm having a particularly bad time, everybody's having a particularly bad time. It's like the universe kind of hates all speedrunners at the same fucking time. Imagine speedrunners. Speedrunners are giga oppressed. Why you should never speedrun? I don't know about that one. I'll fight the fucking universe, I don't care. Once you get to a certain point, there's no going back. Eh. That's not normal. What is the cable doing? Something partially unplugged. And then I got a double jump for no reason. Do some weird shit with this twisty tie real quick. That way I can keep all of these wires basically together. It's kinda sorta wrapped around. You're gonna get a little bit of ASMR for a lit. That guy speedrunning Twins the one. Yes, the weird one. I mean, I am weird. This is true. Come on. Come on, twisty tie. Actually twist and tie. Come on, motherfucker. There we go. Okay, move this. Oh. There we go. Now the damn thing is suspended. Hopefully, it's not gonna do that dumb shit. I think it's still doing dumb shit. I might need to unplug and replug things. Actually, I don't know. Things are starting to kind of feel normal. Dusty Eel has been pretty nice to me today. That almost fucked me over. Well, it wasn't a sub, but it was close. I believe this split is like close to 0.7 after landing on the boat. So that's still a 119 boat, but 119 boat is fine. That's what we like to see. That was like 3 spins dropped. The game is really weird when it comes to when it wants you to spin or not. Okay, the camera almost fucked me over, but I dodged it somehow, so sick, I guess. Hey, we take those.
Victor and Moritz's strong.
We absolutely take those.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Minus 6.9, nice. Ooh. Damn. That's 3 times in a row that I just did not get the damn door clip. I'm ending that recording because that's a good pace. That was a good pace. It wasn't a sub 920 pace technically. Oh, I could have saved it. It was about a second off of sub 920 pace. It was a salvageable sub 920 pace. Yeah, that makes sense. That was a really spoon-fed nut skip. What the hell? I knew I was gonna fail that. I've been doing really good with the Dusty Yield today. Like, really good. Which is nice. That's not super bad. No. You know what? No. No. Hang on. Bring up, do you miss playing Crash of the Titans? Then why don't you play it? No, wait, actually. You know what? That's kind of perfect. Almost. You don't have your old PS2 and is too much. Okay. You know what? I don't even need any of that. Yo, Vanny, thanks for the good luck. Probably gonna need it, to be honest. You know what? Delete this bullshit.お、さきかさん、頑張ってありがとう。じゃなくて、グッダックありがとう。最近どうだった？女子はどう？ Control. Save. Yes. PS2 emulator am I trying to use? Oh. Okay. Not bad, but you're drunk? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Other Crash games out of speedrunning? I mean, yes. The speedrunners don't just speedrun. Okay, alright, alright. Oops. Okay, so, I'm checking out to see if the reset auto split works. Yay! Yay. I'm happy that my auto splitter works. I mean, last night I worked on, basically, like, the final boss one seems to kind of work. I don't know if I'll have to adjust it, but outside of that one, all the other ones should work just fine. Warp skip has worked every single time so far. I've been very confident in the first two splits. Up there. Rip the run.最近ね、ね、何が思い出せない。あ、そうだ。そうだね。あのさ、最近、俺の配信に日本語もっと話したい 思うけど、まあ自信がないよねこれ。日本語はちょっとねむずいよね。それだからタイトルに日本語がないよね。今迷っているこれ。How am I really speaking? I do speak Japanese. Am I really that? Hang on a second. I'm gonna need a second after seeing that. I'm pinning that. Pin message. I was just saying, like, recently I've been thinking of, like, well, I want to I want to speak more Japanese in my streams, but I have no confidence. 俺の日本語はちょっと下手くそだけど。それだから、俺、まあ、自信がないよね。でもね、練習が、最近、練習がしないからと、まあ、日本語を話すべきよね。これ。そして、俺は日本語が日本語をもっと話したい。でもAny good nuts? Couple of things. Japanese people, when they hear a white guy speaking Japanese, true. A couple wacky. I'm not doing Giganut today. I am not doing well. I'm not playing well today, so Giganut's basically a no-go. Also spoon-fed as fuck ledge.まあそれも何がもうまあ俺がプレイする間に日本語を話すことは違いがある。文法ちょっと下手くそよねこれ。Did I know that when trying to teach you? No. Well, yes, but it was really hard. Ah, 普通にこれはアルティエする間に集中しているよねこれ。それだから多分違いがないよね。多分でもねスペイン語話しているときは時々集中ができない。 Did I get them? So yeah, we knew about that. It's the TAS strat. It was absolutely not viable at the time. It's kind of viable now, but it's hard to pull off successfully, and it's risky. It's really risky. The original Tikimon skip is much easier. I started going for this because I was having trouble with Bikimon skip, which is the one I was doing before, where you don't jump to the second rock, you just go for it. You nutted in Spanish, imagine. La corrida. Now, buena superior. I almost tried to split. You know, Wacky, we do allow 360, and you can change your 360 NAND. So you can play this, game in 50 Hz on a 360 instead of an Xbox. Didn't really have that option before. That's really slow. Okay. Also, obligatory, like, whoa, the streamer can speak Japanese? And, like, yeah. Yeah, I can speak Japanese. My Japanese kind of sucks, but it's understandable. Okay. La corrida. Pues claro. Bro can speak yaaaaay. Es la misma que nutting. Nutting es las corridas. Venirse, etc. I swear to fuck if this PBs. After me saying come in fucking Spanish.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the right.
He's damn.
Sweep past under the rug.
Imagine. Sub 920 is not impossible, but very hard. Gracias por la suerte. La corrida truco, joder. It would be super funny, yeah. You're fucking kidding me, dude. Oh, come on, man. Okay, I lost like a second, so sub 920 ain't happening. Okay, at the very least I don't have to go for crazy shit to save this thing. That was an insane save? Holy fuck. Yo, this is scuffed. That might have been too far to the right. It was not. Whoa. Ugh. I got this, maybe. No speed in that. You know how scuffed this run is, dude? This run is scuffed. Why? What? The game is doing weird shit, dude. Yo, Princess Samoyed, thanks for the good luck. Dude, I'm fighting for my life here. The game is doing weird stuff. Holy fuck. Stop reading chat? No. Okay, that's kind of based. That line was fucked. No! Why they doing left side? Right side doesn't fucking work. I was nervous, so I like 7-4 pace 1. And then I'm gonna check to see what pace that was. That was 7-4 pace 2. Who let bro cook? Imagine. There's no fucking way. So, about that run that I just had, okay, so that was a 7:07:59 clip out. When did I clip out of my PB? That run was on the cusp of being possible for the sub 920. I was exactly 13 seconds ahead, and I could have gone for the final boss bullshit without doing the pause buffer strat. I could have saved the extra like 0.8 seconds. I could have sub 920 with that run. With that run. What? That was with a 3:15. I have been almost 2 seconds faster than this, dude. And that Antagony should not have fucking made it. What did you miss? I was on pace. Does Twitch chat? Yes, Twitch chat does see YouTube. That was fucking nutty. What the hell? I should not have been able to, like... That should not have fucking made it. I should not have, like... I lost a second at the beginning, too. I lost a second at the beginning. Where else did I lose time? There were like 2 places where I lost time due to movement. One of them is bound to be the run, I know. That was a run that I was not expecting to actually be very close. But that's the furthest run I've had. Here we go again. But not today? I don't know. I'm only 2 hours into attempts. I'm not even 2 hours into attempts. I started attempts like at 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, so... I don't know. Happy 4th, yeah. Happy Fireworks Day. $250 years, yep. Back to back out of Hub 1, yeah. Ain't that crazy? I don't think I got the bat. I did. Back to back into warp skip. How? You know what? Don't question it, just take it. Fuck you. Not back to back, unfortunately. All of us, like, I twisty tie my adapter up along with my fucking cable in a circle, so that way there's no pressure. Ain't it crazy how all of a sudden I'm getting these, like, paces and I'm actually playing well? You know what? I am kind of tempted. Yo, Kate, thanks for the stonks. Damn it. Also, Satella, thanks for the small stonks. Are we nutting? Unfortunately. Well, I don't know. I mean, I was just on some sick pace. Luckily, I didn't know it was sub 920 pace until the end of the run. Because I wasn't expecting to have an antagony that fast. Go. Bats taking vacations again. That's pretty slow. How is the Kate doing today? You are alive, let's go, dude. That might be run over. It was not run over, let's go. Fuck.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold. This is where we wrong the rights.
It's not sub 920able. Fastest I could get, I think, is a 922. Here it comes. Yep, here it comes. Don't throw it at Cortex. That was spoon-fed. Holy spoon-fed, Batman. This movement is ass cheeks. What the hell? This is slow. I'm making it. That was the first possible frame I could have done that jump. I almost failed that. Neat. Second half of Antagony. Oh boy. Dude, I was just in the set. I was just here like less than 10 minutes ago. The nerves from the last run haven't even worn off yet. That was not the right frame. I lost a second. It's okay, it happens. I almost failed that. I took that safe as fuck. My line! Find the line! That was a crazy, that was crazy improv. So was that. No! Aww. My arm started shaking. Well, there's another pace. What pace was that? 7-4, pace 3. What? Was I not recording that one? I was not recording that one, okay. I forgot to hit record. Okay. I guess I go to the, I guess I'm gonna go to my, past broadcast and see what that one was. Because, holy fuck. I'm gonna highlight it. Give me a second. So was that? Alright, let's see what pace that was. That was 9:23 pace. No! No. Crash, Twinsanity. 9:23 pace, any that died. That's 2 runs today. Hold him nut. Hold on, I gotta close and reopen my chat for that. It's who let him nut. Oh, who let him nut? Yep. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, but I mean, I have not had 2 runs that made it into Antagony and all the way to the 3rd door skip on good pace. That was pretty good pace. It wasn't excellent pace, it was just good pace. That was 9:23 pace. The last run was more of a, that would be useful to quickly test a certain part of the game. Sure, but I mean, I'm not using like any modified version of the game or anything. I'm just playing a game off of my SSD. It's still the game. There's no differences other than the loads. Dude, I can't believe I had a 315 that almost sub 920. You know what? I'm kind of tempted to see if it's the cable and not the controller. It's just part of the emulator. I'm not on an emulator. You can't do that stuff unless the game is modified if you're playing on a console. Forgive me if I really... Forgive me for wanting to try to test this out one more time.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we roll.
I'm gonna double check this controller.
Sweep the past under the rug.
Be easier with a lower frame rate. You can't lower the frame rate. I don't know what you think I'm playing on, but I'm just playing on an OG Xbox. I can't really lower frame rates. I'm on 50 hertz, but it's not for a lower frame rate. The slide jumps, or sliding works better in 50 hertz. But outside of that, like, I don't... You can't really lower the frame rate. You know, like, I have no features. I don't have the features you would have on a modern hardware. Yeah, this works nicer. If this were a PC port, then you could probably do something. Yeah, this is just working. Also, I'm not trying to sound, like, pedantic or condescending, I'm just very confused. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, was it the controller, or was it the adapter? Hmm? Why does that work differently on this controller? On your PC, an emulator has a lot of features. Yeah, I'm playing on an original Xbox. I do not have access to features like that. That's really weird. The angle for that is just totally different. Okay. Ah! Ah! No? Okay. Get me out of here. I mean, I am using an upscaler. So the game does look higher quality than standard console, but it would actually look even better if I played in NTSC. Okay. Using a turbo controller, yo, let's go. I should be dead. Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, we're back to this controller. It looks like the problems were not actually the controller's fault. I was having different problems because the series controller has its own like frame timings and stuff. Nah, I still have to. You're coming, understandable. That wasn't gonna work, I was too far to the left. Oh. Okay. Understandable. Okay. He's coming! Yes, that was a DBZA reference. Quite the shit run, but absolute garbage. Sub 9? Nah. 123. I was right beside the cutscene trigger. Did I get the sub 930? No. My splits are still 933. Okay.
Victor and Moritz's
BB pace.
stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Like, might get a 925 out of this. Or a 926. No! One's dead. I'm missing a life. Yes. Yes, I am still extremely confident that a sub 9 is not going to happen in a TAS. Sustain will do it. Doubt it. The thing is Crash might be running faster than he's supposed to without TAS input. That's like a pretty big issue on PS2. How do we know that? Because I believe he's using a controller. How do we know that it's not just going faster by accident? Because he does play it in slow motion, so he probably doesn't know. Theoretically impossible, just no one will actually do it. Theoretically impossible. The only difference between what I'm doing in any percent and, like, segmented is that segmented can just do stuff like a second or two faster. And the movement is cleaner. Those are the only things that change. And my theoretical, like, limit is, like, 9:15. How the hell are you supposed to save 15 seconds? That's the question. How are you supposed to save like 15 seconds? And now, you may think because I put sub 920 in my title that, like, there was just a magical 10-second time save. I have been getting sub 920 paces for like a week now. It's just that I decided that I'm actually just, if I don't get the sub 920, I'll keep going. So it's for sub 920. Yes, there were a couple of seconds that I was wrong about, but regardless, like, whether it's like a potential 912 or potential 916, 915, 917 being my, like, theoretical fastest that I could get, there's, like, almost no room for error, and I don't see that it is physically possible to, like, save over 10 seconds in this just from movement alone, without the potential for the game to actually, like, go further than giving Crash further movement than he's supposed to have, which is something that happens on PCSX2, unfortunately. Even Segmented potentially had that. So I don't even know if, So I don't even know if Segmented is actually accurate. That's the thing that's really sad, is that, like, Segmented was 905, but because I have noticed that there's more speed that I've gotten in Segmented than when I can do RTA, it might be because the stick has an advantage because of the emulator not emulating sticks correctly. Which is extremely unfortunate, because if that's the case, then that 905 segmented is cheated. And it's also possible that the TAS is also cheated. Without, like, not like actual cheats, like, you know, like, hey, like, I'm doing something I'm not supposed to. It's like, they may not be legitimate, and it wouldn't be our fault, essentially. I would have to do some analysis on everything. It's also possible that with what Sustain is doing, because, mind you, Sustain actually understands coding and shit. I don't. So it's possible that he already didn't have that, or had that accounted for. So, literally, it most likely cannot happen unless we find something that saves 10 seconds. The problem is like I said, there have been no new skips for a year. The only thing is that there were things I could implement from segmented. So yes, I am extremely confident sub 9 is impossible. At least without manipulating a whole bunch of Santa merda. Porco Dio. At least without manipulating super slides. If you manipulate super slides everywhere, then yeah, you can sub 9. If you account for loads. Okay. Would love to see a super slide only run. I would hate that. We don't know exactly how super slides work. We know they're lag based. Why wouldn't it? Because we don't understand how they work. You can't make one on command. Like, sword skating and Destiny runs, but sword skating was like, wasn't that like understood though? Unless I'm thinking of a different tech. Like, if we fully understood the mechanics of super sliding, then sure. There's also something about this controller versus the Xbox Series controller. I seem to go faster with this controller, and I don't know if that's movement or not. Okay. And the other thing is, unfortunately, we most likely will not ever really understand super slides because Xbox is meta. You don't get super slides in Xbox. You get proxy slides, which are different. I also would like, it would be nice to have, to remove loading screens. Just remove loading screens, remove boat. Anything gameplay is still counted. I mean, any percent wouldn't be affected too much. The worst that would happen or the most that would happen with any percent is, like... my runs would be like 2 seconds faster. Will decomp help understand it? Probably not. The only way that we would see a sub-9 is if somebody finds a new skip. Fuck you! Come on. A new way to skip this cutscene trigger would save maybe 5 seconds. And after the first death abuse, need a name for those, like the monkeys? Not really. I mean, we could, but they don't bother me that much. Has been pushed as is. Yeah. If you could somehow proxy with the nut and gain vertical speed as Crash, that could save a couple seconds, maybe. But you would have to gain vertical speed. You can't just like have horizontal speed and call it a day. There's no way there's a faster way to do this. I have searched. There's no way you can do that faster than that. That was a sub 119 boat. I would say you could try to get the, whoa. You could try to get the boat underneath, Hub D. But, that doesn't take you anywhere. Because the second boat is still there. It's just that it's not usable. Basically the only thing that's left is here. If you can find a way to clip out here and die immediately, you save 10 seconds. That would be the only thing that would make me say that we will see sub 9. At least in a tool assisted setting. That was unfair. Fuck me. What? You find that? You find a clip there and die immediately? You find a way to clip through there and die immediately? You save 10 seconds? And then boom. If we decide for some reason that we can finally eliminate loading, we can take out loading screens, the sub 920 becomes kinda easy because it's like 2 or 3 seconds. But yeah, we're not gonna see sub 9. Nope. I wish we could say the same about, back when we thought sub 10 was not possible, before Cortex Antagony. But it was basically like, when I was saying sub 10 is impossible, I would say, unless we find a way to save time with Cortex Antagony. That was the thing. Because the possibilities of clipping through the doors, the possibilities of doing wrong and the right skip, there's that. That doesn't save time, though. It's slower. It's slower than what I do. Unless you could somehow skip on the right side. But I mean, you also have to remember, over a year ago, there were, unless we cook this, things that like had the potential, but were not cooked, were not understood, or unsolved. We don't have anything that's really unsolved anymore. It's just things do not fucking exist. Like that clipping through the wall in that corridor is cope. That is basically like, for me, is like, there's nothing that can probably make it happen, but it's the only idea we have. Before that, it was Cortex Antagony, there was, like, There has to be a way to make the final boss faster. There has to be a way to get Curse Splash to be slightly faster. There has to be a way to go faster than the stupid Xbox ledge that was being used. And now it's like the only way that you could really go faster, say here, is by clipping above and not having to be in the cave at all. Or, like, I mean, you could skip that cutscene by using a different ledge, but that is like a good luck. That is a good luck kind of thing, because I haven't been able to land on that even on Xbox. We use Tiki Task now, which saves half a second. We do both door skips. There's another door skip you could technically do, but it wouldn't save much time, maybe a second or two. Way too hard, actually, to pull off and actually save time with. It might not even save time to begin with, because you have to wait for the door to open. Because you can't do the twin split snipe. You can't do the twin split snipe from behind the door. If you could, then we wouldn't need the ball. Or, I mean, if we find some crazy thing, I guess. There was something that I found that was weird. But you wouldn't be able to get that state there. Unless I wasn't paying attention, I actually hit the one of the buttons with Cortex from like from really far away. Unless the bomb hit it. I wasn't paying attention, but that could be something. But that state required the bomb ant and everything, which you don't have over there, so probably wouldn't even work. If that is something that could be used, you could skip some sections through by hitting checkpoints immediately. Probably. I mean, if that somehow worked, then we could see a sub 9, but the thing is I wasn't recording at the time, so we don't even know if it's a real trick. I might not have just been paying attention. I'll do some more digging, but if that actually does allow you to, like, snipe things from far away, technically, you could hit the final checkpoint from dying in the colors room and skip the colors entirely. What would the implications of that be? You'd, take out a death abuse. And it would technically be easier. Now, it would save at least 10 seconds or something, maybe 20. But again, I don't even know if that's a real trick. I might not have been paying attention. And I've only done it once, so... Nope. I explained to Bandycraft what I did, so if there's anyone that'll figure out what the hell I did by accident, it'd be him. But that might also just be a big nothing burger. But if it's not a nothing burger, it could be a new way to skip the first door. How come you're able to carry Cortex through AA? You thought it crashed. So the reason why it crashes is because Cortex isn't in memory. I bring Cortex with me. As long as Cortex is one chunk away, he stays loaded. As long as that chunk is loaded in memory. So, what actually happens is that, I bring Cortex through the warp. So Cortex is with me there. And then once I go through, once I get into, like, the first part of AA where I snipe the checkpoint, I fall down in a way where the previous chunk, which is called pre-core, is still loaded. So previously what we did was we did the old warp skip, but we needed Cortex to come with us. So what we did was in pre-core, we would go back to the checkpoint and then die where the Lab EXT is still loaded. So you could bring Cortex with you because the chunk would be loaded. It has to be loaded because of the warp. And then what you would do is you would at least have Cortex be in that chunk and then go through at least the first part of Antagony and have the ant snipe the checkpoint because pre-core is still loaded when you're in core A, at least at that point. So then when you die, Cortex spawns because he isn't deloaded. If he's not in memory, the game crashes. But he's still in memory. And the main bulk of Antagony is 4 chunks, so we need to die 4 times. We die at least 1 time in each chunk. Core B starts after the lava caves, or it's basically like in the lava caves. So Core A transitions like when you're in the caves, right before the fire ant that's above the platform in the lava. Core C is where we do the twin split snipe. That is after the ant fight. The ball gadget door after the ant fight, it's like right behind that door. Core D is right behind the door after the second ant fight. That's where the colors room is. So Core B and Core D are colors rooms. And Antagony's a little weird because a lot of those chunks don't deload until you're really far. So, you can more or less, like, go really far into the chunk and it not being deloaded. For example, you actually can go from Core C all the way up to the final checkpoint in Core D and die, and you'll still spawn with Cortex. The only reason why we don't do that is because it's just faster to death abuse. Now, if you do that and die in pre-treasure room, which the next two chunks in agony that actually matter are pre-treasure and treasure, which you can tell what those are. Pre-treasure is ballroom, and treasure room is the treasure room. So you have basically core, pre-core, which is Bandicoot Pursuit. Then you have core A. Then you have core B, core C, core D, pre-treasure, treasure, some shit that nobody cares about, and then throne room. Because there's another chunk in between the treasure room and the final boss area, or two. I don't remember how many it is. But essentially, as long as they're loaded, it's fine. The reason why it would crash before was because Cortex was left in Lab EXT, and once you go into Core A, or like when you move away from the warp, Lab EXT despawns. And since it's no longer there, Cortex is gone. He may not actually have been deleted, because you can reload Lab EXT, and Cortex will still be there as long as you die in a place where Lab EXT is loaded. What Neo Warp Skip does is it allows... What happens off-screen is that I jump and I throw Cortex, and then the game pushes me into pre-core, basically before Cortex teleports. And when you are in a different chunk, when Cortex teleports directly to Crash. So, basically what it's doing is I'm delaying Cortex teleporting and going through a thing that puts me in a different chunk. Cortex teleports into that chunk. And basically, since Cortex is already in pre-core, all we need to do is just hit that checkpoint and then die with pre-core loaded. Then Cortex is in Core A, and then we can just leave him in Core A, go into Core B. You can actually go through halfway, I think, of Core B before Core A deloads. But we die, so that way we can very easily and quickly go and skip the ant fight. So we die immediately once we enter Core B, the first checkpoint. Boom. Then we skip the second checkpoint, go over there, skip the ant fight. Then we basically... Cortex is teleported by the ball. You put the ball into the... the hole thingy, and then you get Cortex to teleport in Core C, which is right behind the door, and then you cross between Core C and Core B, spinning into Cortex on the same frame. You have Twin Split, so Cortex is in Core C, Crash is in Core B, and you spin throw Cortex into the checkpoint, which skips half of Core C. Then basically you leave Cortex, you enter Core D, and then you go to the checkpoint, the second to last checkpoint before the colors. You death abuse, because Core C is still loaded, Cortex comes in, and then you basically bring Cortex into pre-treasure room, because it's faster. But you can't die in pre-treasure room, without Cortex being loaded, because even if the treasure room is loaded, because treasure room has Cortex, even if that is loaded when you die, it's not loaded in when you spawn in that checkpoint, so the game will crash. However, there's an interesting implication. If you're on 360, this type of crash does not occur. So, if you were to have Cortex despawn, and then spawn in pre-treasure room, you have weird properties that allow you to go through the door. On 360. It's 360 only because the pause on TLB Miss doesn't happen. Then, you could just go through the door, and once you enter the treasure room chunk, Cortex snaps to you, just like, say, what happens when you're in Cavern, and Cortex disappears. Once you get to after the cutscene, where it separates Crash and Cortex, Cortex respawns because Cortex is deleted from that chunk, realizes Cortex is supposed to be with Crash, so it puts Cortex with Crash. It's the exact same thing. You could do the exact same thing on 360. dying in pre-treasure room with no cortex loaded, and then entering the treasure room chunk. All of this is very connected. It sounds like a lot of information because I've never really properly explained how all of this works, but it's quite simple. The way I'm explaining it makes it sound very complex, but it's essentially leave Cortex. Cortex doesn't despawn because he's in a different loading zone, but the loading zone is still there. You just die while that loading zone is still active. That's basically what it is. If Cortex is in a loading zone that is not active, it's gone, and you die, the game crashes. So with Warp Skip, since Cortex was in Lab EXT, you would die post pre-treasure room, post pre-core. So Core A. In Core A, Lab EXT doesn't exist. No Cortex. Game crashes. This is also why, when you do Zombie in Hundo, you grab the world checkpoint and you get killed by the Watchers. Your crash plus Cortex. Cortex does not exist in that chunk. And he's in an inactive loading zone. Game just crashes. That is, that is the advanced overview of how Cortex works. And why Cortex Antagony was, possible in the first place. Now, when we were labbing it, it just wasn't faster. Initially, Cortex Antagony wasn't faster, even with the twin split snipe. It was about even, and not worth going for. It was like a couple of seconds. Until we found the ant fight skip. Once the ant fight skip was found, Cortex Antagony was 20 seconds faster. And then basically with better routing, it became 30 seconds faster, if I'm not mistaken. 30, 40. And then the ballroom skip basically cemented it as being almost an entire minute faster. All of that had a massive flow to it. People might kind of say that, hey, it happened about a year ago. Cortex Antagony was something I was on and off labbing for 3 or 4 years. Getting Cortex into Antagony was... We knew it could happen. It's just that it wasn't worth it. Because it was weird. And, it didn't save any time. But, I think the first door clip was discovered 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And it was, nobody could properly replicate it. You could do it, but nobody could replicate it. And I had the crazy idea to lab it, to see if I could find something. And somehow I was just able to do it. And that was an extra 20 seconds of time save or something. Because I think at that point my best Antagony was a 640. And then after the third door skip it was a 620. But that also kind of cements everything into what I was saying before about the sub 9. And pre-sub 9 is that those were unexplored. They were unexplored concepts, unexplored things. Ant fight skip's the one where you use Cortex to hit the button. Yes, when you use Cortex to hit the button. Warping to the gate that is the twin split snipe, because you use twin split, which we used to call Hitler. Which, there's a story behind that, by the way. It's kind of funny. Because it did ruin any percent. And that's why it was called that. And that was my fault. But anyways, not for the naming, I ruined any percent. I made any percent difficult again. You basically separate Crash and Cortex by chunk. So they're in different chunks, but you're still Crash plus Cortex. So you could do things like snipe checkpoints. It looks like a warp. Is it only the lag that makes these runs unviable on 360? Yes. It's only the lag. Otherwise, 360 is just as viable. It is also kind of annoying to run in 50 Hz on 360. That was stupid. However, I am planning on labbing 360. I want to check to see, like, if we can find an emulator version that doesn't have as much lag, or 360 only tricks or something. That bat was fast as fuck, dude. So yeah, you could run on 360. I'm gonna be making a tutorial on changing the NAND and everything, so that way you can play on 50 Hz and everything. What am I playing on? OG Xbox. Oh, it didn't let me jump. Good without a RGH? Well, we'll have to figure that out. It will be very interesting to see Twins is made backwards compatible. No. That won't happen. Especially after what happened with Sony, where Sony is basically monopolizing shit and shutting stuff down, and no more physical discs. No, Microsoft's gonna follow suit. We are not gonna get Twinsanity backwards compatible for the Series X. The problem is that, it would be good, I think, because I believe you could run, you could get 50 Hertz, even on an NTSC Xbox One. And yeah, I don't know, Flowers, if it's gonna be good without an RGH either, but hey, you never know. I'll do some research. I don't want to brick the 360, but if it's safe, I'll make the tutorial and make sure everybody knows that you can do that. Otherwise, it would just basically make accessibility via the 360 a moot point. Or we find somebody who can make we find somebody who can make a, what's it called, a mod on the 360 to force 50 hertz. Which I'm sure wouldn't be extremely difficult to do, to be honest. Because even an NTSC Xbox 360 should be capable of running 50 hertz. It's just not designed for it. Yo, Pete. The only problem is that 50 hertz is such a niche thing that it, because it's inferior, in most aspects. Like, even when I was asking, I asked, back when I was thinking about using the OG Xbox soft mod stuff, I asked the guy himself who made it, like, hey, can you, like, actually play games in 50 hertz, even if it's an NTSC Xbox? And he's like, yes, you could, but why would you do that? Same goes for backwards compatible PS3. I wouldn't say the same thing goes. Just backwards compatible PS3. Possible to backtrack to the yes. The only time you can't backtrack technically, like if you want to be extremely technical, there's 2 points in the game where you can't. There's 1 point in the game where it's absolutely impossible to backtrack. And that is between the start of Hub 4, so the 10th dimension, and all the way to entering Antagony and getting the flag set to that says you've entered Antagony. After that, there is a trigger that can take you back to Hub 2, but it's inaccessible without glitches. But once you beat the final boss, you can go through them at will. You could go through the Hub 4 to Hub 2, and then Hub 2 to Hub 4 at will. You can backtrack to Jungle Bungle through the cave I just went in. You could basically backtrack anywhere. The only levels that you cannot directly access are Cavern and Rooftop. Every other level you can access from basically anywhere. Or if you want to get super technical, Bandicoot Pursuit. But even then, you do enter the end of Bandicoot Pursuit. After you exit Cavern, those little platforms down, those little platforms underneath the, like, little ridge thingy, those go up after you beat Cavern, so you could just go back to Jungle Bungle at will. You don't mind testing? It's a bit of a risk. I mean, Flowers, you don't need to change the NAND of your OG Xbox or your 360, so you would have to change it to NTSC. So yes, you can backtrack. You can backtrack anywhere. I mean, Flowers, are you willing For PS3, it's legit just a file that you configure, yeah. Accidentally backtracking so much. Huh. What was I gonna ask? Fuck, what was I gonna ask? If you want to, that's fine. Though, I mean, like, the only thing that you really need right now for 360 is just, component cables that can switch to SD TV. Or cables that switch to SD. So you can play in 50 hertz. Now, I'm also sure that the 360 can output 50 hertz in HDMI. I'm sure it can, it just, the firmware locks it. And until we have a PC port, that shit ain't working. Okay. I was getting this super consistently. Back warp glitch. Where can you find that? I have it on my channel somewhere. I don't remember what the hell. I don't remember what the hell what the video was called. Or when I uploaded it, but it was, I think it was earlier this year. Let me see. I'll have to go through my playlists. I wanted to click on the playlist, not the video, not a video the playlist was in. We now have a consistent third. New warp skip. Here we go. Copy link. The only thing that would ever be useful for is if we find a credit skip. If we find a way to get the last percentage points, we could skip the final boss and the credits. We wouldn't even really need to we wouldn't even really need to Well, we wouldn't do Cortex Antagony. You can skip every single checkpoint in Antagony. You would essentially enter Antagony, skip everything basically, grab the gems, Death Abuse, warp out, and then you would do Hub 3. Well, no, you would do early Hub 4, then you would basically do all that, go back, and then you would go into Hub 1, do Totem, so you have Zombie, then you would go into Hub 2, finish Slip Slide with Zombie, do High Seas with Zombie, Death Abuse out, and then you would go and do, then you would do Ice Climb, then you would do Hub 3, and then finish Hub 3 on Rooftop. But the problem is we don't have a means to get those, the last percentage points for Hundo. So, and you can't just skip the credits either. Even if we could, it would be frame perfect as fuck. You would have to dodge every checkpoint. The only way for that to actually be viable as well would be, the only way for that to actually be viable would be, what's it called? You would need to just find a way to get those last percentage points. 360 has an advantage over the other platforms because you could do Cortex Antagony in early Hub 4, making early Hub 4, I think, equal to or close to equal to early Hub 3. I think. Because, since you can spawn with Cortex through a loading zone, even if Cortex doesn't exist, the game shouldn't crash. It shouldn't crash. It will give you the weird state, and then you just jump on the boat, and then voila, you have Cortex. And that saves a little bit of time for Totem, because you don't have to grab Cortex at all. You could just skip that part entirely because you already have Crash plus Cortex. It would save a little bit of time, but 360 loses time in Hundo anyways. 360 loses time because of lag. Hey. You bastard. That guy's in a different location when you do Tiki Task. Either that or I'm doing my movement differently, which is totally possible. This is so bad, man. Okay. But yeah. All of those things are basically like, unfortunately in the past, new strats and new skips were workable. There were unexplored things, there was knowledge yet to be found, and we don't have that anymore. We don't have that luxury anymore. There's no theories. There's nothing that really hasn't been implemented that matters much. It's just basically saying, hey, if we had this, like, knowledge that somehow nobody has ever found before, like, the clipping in this game is really fucking hard. We haven't had that, we haven't had a means to actually clip through things outside of, doing controllable slide jumps through tilted geometry. But I did manage to clip through the rock here on the left using the nut once. Outside of that, I can't think of anything. Even in my wildest fucking dreams. You can't skip any part of Antagony anymore. Antagony is essentially like, unless, like, the only thing is that one thing which may not even be. Am I auto-splitting? Yes. Everything is being auto-splitted, including the final boss. Come on. Including the final boss. Reset is an auto-split. Everything is being auto-splitted, and most things are ironed out. I have not had a single problem with splitting today. Now the only thing would be is discussing loadless, because this auto splitter could allow us to do loadless. Or rather, cut out loading screens. Actual in-game loads, like, you can't cut that out. That's gameplay. But I mean, like, for example, is the boat really a load? Or, I mean, is the boat really gameplay? We wanted to do minus loading screens, just eliminate boat, eliminate loading screens, boom. We could say that credits are a glorified loading screen, but they last the same time and there's no way to speed them up or slow them down. There's no difference. Except they are 30 seconds longer on European versions. But with this, we could basically make the split screen pause on loads and pause on boat. We could retime basically every run. Though, I mean, like the benefits would be PC port has a higher chance of not having its own board. PS2 runners can now compete in no dimension skip, all levels, and possibly hundo. Not any percent the chunk load pausing is still too much, and you shouldn't cut out those. That wouldn't make sense. And if you really wanted to go far, you could also consider soft resetting a load. You gotta decide if it's worth the hassle. It's not that much hassle. Like, I will level with you, Pete. I'll put in the effort myself. I will literally retime every run. And also, you could just do, you could also only make loadless. Or not loadless, but, the loading screen thing only for top 10. Times. And basically give, like, an approximation for the rest. So, like, so, like, let's say, for example, a run that is, like, say, that's not top 10, you could just use an approximation for your loading times. Or we could create, like, a, some kind of program to create the snapshots for the auto splitter. Essentially, like, take things into account, so that way you could just basically have somebody do just some random resetless run and they take the snapshots. But you are right, barrier for entry sucks. I'll think of something. You could probably have Sustain or somebody do like something where they can create the snapshots automatically through somebody's feed. So that way they could just have the auto splitter set up and then just have a script that just sets it up for them. But also, like, for example, if retiming the PBs takes a while, I don't mind doing the brunt of that myself. I also don't think that if that were a thing, like, I'll give two counterpoints to that. One is that very few people run the game anyways, so a person that may have the, one of the emulators actually recognizes 50 Hertz, they should all recognize it. Like, I would think that, people who have already resolved themselves to want to run the game might be okay with taking the extra steps. As long as it doesn't take a ridiculous amount of effort. And, like I said, I will literally, like, do all of the retimings myself if I have to. Because for the sanctity of the boards, one, I don't think that, doing this to previous or obsoleted runs makes sense. and to, like, the concerns, people are gonna have the same concerns as CTR, which is like, if there's a PC port, that makes consoles obsolete, which it most likely will. But if it's accurate enough, then we're basically just handling a dead board and a not dead board. So if we essentially figure out something that basically cuts out the loads, we could basically, like, if we really want to make it easier, we can have estimations for slower times, and then more accurate ones for things like in the top 10. You could basically probably code an auto splitter on PCSX2 as well to account for those. Because let's be honest, most people are probably just gonna run on emulator anyways. Hey yo, Firebolt, thanks for the good luck. But I mean, what I'll say is I'll come up with some ideas to see, like, if we can make something worth it or not. Because if I can't come up with anything that makes sense, then who cares? I know the PC port will be loadless. There's not many people willing to do much with 360, yeah. But most people want to play on PS2. And that is, I mean, it's not going to bring more competition to just cater to PS2 runners. But that is a pretty common complaint, that PS2 isn't competitive. But before like the idea of recomping in PC ports, I thought, I mean, it just sucks. But with the PC ports, doing stuff like this would probably make more sense. At least in my mind, it would make more sense. But yeah, there's not many people willing to do 360. There's not many people willing to do PS3, and there's also not many people willing to do Xbox. It's almost exclusively PS2, or it's gonna be the PC port. You want to try each version of the MU? Yeah. What's the matter with PS3? Twins does not really work on PS3, except with, like, the fully backwards compatible PS3s. And those cost a shit ton of money because they're rare. I mean, backwards compatible PS3, like, Twins on those isn't different. I know there's a problem with Hub 3 going from Hub 3 back to Hub 2, but I think that's on non-backwards compatible. I think that's on ones that use emulation. It's just that there's not many people that are willing to play on those. Does work. The only thing I remember being an issue was going from Academy of Evil back to Iceberg Lab. I mean, it works, but last I remember, you can't, in quotation marks, complete the game without glitches. But again, not many people are going to be willing to play those versions. Only really PS2 and the PC port. Now, I think it would be better for the competition, especially because all levels would essentially be the same between all versions. Yeah, if the PC port is good. If the PC port sucks, nobody's gonna play it, or it's just gonna be a totally different game. Which I hope there's no vibe coding, because no vibe coding is allowed. Am I gonna play the PC port though? If it's good. I have already planned that when it comes out, we're all gonna do a hundo race. I'm gonna organize a big hundo race. Also, yo, James. I will ask to be a playtester of it. So, you've been lurking most of the stream. Interesting. Maybe my knowledge is wrong or something. Dude, come on. He's always in shitty places now. Ah, fuck. You can't tell if slide glitch is there or not. It's very easy to tell. But if you're playing the European version on your PS3, and it should be in 50 hertz. It doesn't, it shouldn't just play in 60. As long as you're playing the European version. But they're rare. I heard about that. Maybe it is just the backwards compatible PS3s that have the issue. I don't remember. I heard something about there being some kind of issue. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Which sucks. No, it doesn't. You don't know how much better the game is on 50 hertz versus 60. 60 hertz for Twinsanity is not very good. Damn it.
I was reading chat. I would ask to be a playtester for the PC port before it gets released, because I would make sure that it's 1-to-1 as fuck. Like, I will fucking test everything. I'll test the crashes. How are the runs? I had one run that I didn't know was a sub 920 until after it died. And it made it to the third door skip. It failed because I was nervous. Then I had a run immediately after that was 923 pace. I had another run that was I forget. And I am currently double checking to see if the adapter's working. Is the game made with that frame rate in mind? No. However, it was playtested in 50 by accident. And there is a glitch called slide glitch, which is really bad. Where if you slide, well, this run's dead, but imagine this, right? So you saw how like my slide is changing like this. So imagine this, but it's possible with almost every slide. On 50 hertz, this doesn't really happen. I'm getting it only because I'm only getting it because I'm forcing it. It doesn't have the PC port doesn't have like a set date. But yeah, all slides on 60 hertz have a chance to get slide glitch. Especially slides that are not going directly forward. On 50 hertz, they don't have that effect. Yeah, we just heard that it was into gameplay. Also, basically all of the tricks, like Cursed Splash, for example. Cursed Splash, the splash teleport is 50 hertz only, because Crash does move at different speeds. He falls faster. He also jumps very slightly higher. Some body slams are easier because of that. But he doesn't actually move faster, though. Crash's movement speed is not faster on 60 hertz, as far as we know. You know what? I'm gonna check my phone. I hope I didn't get a text or anything. I did not get a text. Are those fireworks or is that a storm? Thunderstorm. But yeah, if the PC port is good, which it'll probably be good if I do a lot of playtesting, and I will have, honestly, what I'll do is I will try to see if we can have Sustain be a beta tester, Sloths be a beta tester, Joe if he cares, Smartkin if he cares. Do we think it will be faster? If we don't take out loads, yes. PC port is coming. It is being recompiled at the moment. Allegedly. If the guy is lying, we can laugh in his face. Most likely not be faster. If we don't eliminate loads, it will. But it just depends. Like, say any percent would be maybe 2 seconds faster. Oh, you mean that Kesha did? Kesha did the thing. He did the decomp. Some guy called Sly Fanatic is doing a PS2 recomp, which I honestly think doesn't make much sense. Because we have the Xbox version, which is superior. It would be far easier to make a PC port out of the decomped Xbox version. Kesha lost motivation because of the recomp tools. Fuck off. Easy port in a few years, we don't know. Could be this year, could be years from now, who knows. I wish somebody would be working with what Kesha worked with, because then we'd have the PC version, or the Xbox version, which would be so much easier to work with. And we probably wouldn't have to mess with the physics or anything. I don't blame Kesha. It's more so the person that decided to not use all the hard work Kesha put into the game, because he didn't have debug symbols. He basically completely decompiled the game himself. However, the problem with what Kesha was doing was that the idea wasn't to make the game like the original. It was to basically just remake the game and make it better. But he did basically just like build the game from the ground up. I just feel bad that his work is not being considered for that. Go Dio. Damn it. You missed some good paces today. Also, perfect auto splitter. $720p? Does $720p give you the option to switch to 50? Yeah, who knows? How did you fucking do that? The fuck? Come on, man. Well, flowers, I can tell you how you can test it. You know the slide we do for Cursed Splash? If you load up Iceberg Lab and then you just jump into the water. Okay, let me show you. This is how you will know if you're in 60 hertz or 50 hertz. Hang on. Okay, so I'm just gonna splash. Okay. So you just load a state like this. You splash. The hertz indicator. This is like this is infallible. So all you do is you do this out of bounds right here. And then the chunk load is... Where's the chunk load at? Here. Jump over this. And then you go down here. Aim like here. And then you basically just slide off holding the B button. If you get this, splash teleport at all, then you're on 50. If you do not ever get it, then you are on 60. It is impossible to get that splash teleport on 60 hertz. You can only get it on 50. And you don't even need to like slide off there. As long as you slide off forwards, you'll hit the water plane, but you'll still get it. So the reason why you can't do that in 60 is because Crash falls faster on 60. So you land on, there's basically like different floating point values that you can hit on 60 versus 50 that will skip the water plane. Oh no, splash teleporting is possible on 60. It's just that one in particular, you can't, like, it's just physically impossible because the falling speed is different. so you don't land on the same floating point when you hit the water. So what happens is that you don't touch the splash plane, you only touch the kill plane. And for some reason, it just works. So the lower the hertz, the lower the fall, sort of, but Sustain tested different frame rates, and it doesn't really work that way. I think like 100 FPS, like, you have a really short slide. It's weird. I don't remember the exact specifics, but the game only really works properly on 50 and 60. I think. Other frame rates have not really been tested. Because, I mean, like, you can't really just, like, set your FPS to higher or lower. Than 50 or 60, so, so more or less, runs, more or less, like, that's the perfect indicator that you're on 50 or 60 hertz. But, I mean, like, you just want to see the 120 hertz test if a PC port comes out. I would try to make it frame interpolation. The game should 100%, like, I mean, it would be nice to have a 60 hertz option that doesn't have slide glitch, but I would honestly like it to stick to 50 hertz. For the update rate. Because then, if we have 50 hertz, it's gonna be 1-to-1 with the optimal version. Ideally, what we could have is essentially like a vanilla version. You don't remember the lineup? Just slide. Just walk forward and slide, hold the B button. As long as you're not too far to the left. Like, if you hit the water and do it, you'll just splash upwards. But if you don't splash upwards, you didn't get the splash teleport. But you have to hold the slide button. You have to be holding up. You have to be holding B. If you really want to have a better lineup, you can check any of my PVs. Will lower the hertz help in speedrun? No. Crash still dies around the same time, I think. Between 50 and 60 hertz when falling. You don't save or lose time. The only reason that is different is just because of what floating points you land in the water plane at. You shouldn't have any advantage due to frames. I would think, like, ideally what we would have would be one setting, which is essentially like the physics are vanilla, and you have the update rate set to 50. That way you can perform all the tricks the way that we do on console. And then you have a different version, which would be 60 hertz, but it's updated, so that way you can do your slides and everything. And you could have that be a totally separate category. Because then, any percent would be different. And there's a potential for, like, for different tricks or whatever. Technically. Or you just basically have one just be speedrun mode, and speedrun mode just locks everything. Or maybe with mods. Mods would be pretty cool. Porting other Crash game levels into Twins would be kind of cool. And basically, like, build hub worlds or something. And then you would just have those. That would be awesome. Imagine Crash 1 in Twins, and you could also code in gems and stuff. I don't think a trick at the bat. Nope. I cut the corner too much. Tag team racing worlds in Twinsanity? That could be pretty cool, actually. I think that would make it way more interesting. Because, like, the platforming in the game feels like ass. How cheap the game looked? Maybe. It was a similar art style, yeah. Modding would be so nice. With a PC port. And also, honestly, like, there's one thing that I could very easily do for playtesting and saying, like, you got the physics right or you got the physics wrong. Very easy. Is that one thing. Tag team racing NFL official, interesting. That splash teleport thing that I was telling Flowers to do, that is basically the biggest indicator that the physics are working correctly. Testing Xbox ledges, because depending on how the floating point rounding works, probably it will be the same as Xbox because of x86. So testing Xbox ledges, see if they work, or Phantom ledges in general, and seeing if there's any new Phantom ledges. If there's new Phantom ledges, then unfortunately we would probably have to make it a different category, unless it doesn't change the gameplay. Or if Xbox Sledges become, like, completely free, then I don't know how I would feel, but at the same time, it's like, well, if it has an advantage, but it's more or less the same, who cares? That's me. A lot of people are gonna hate that stance,